my dear brothers and sisters here at the Metropolitan Korea UMC or Met Church, and also who are participating through our web live streaming, welcome. This is a day of awareness 1, which means there will be more. This year's theme is Prejudice, Discrimination, and Violence against Asian Americans. There is this notion, I think I'm not being too dramatic, exaggerating, or unfair, that Asian American immigrant community or communities are, relatively speaking, silent, very modelish, very successful community that is less concerned about historical injustice and fighting against it. That is not true. Asian American communities suffered a lot and try very hard to overcome injustice in history that affected their lives significantly. But this year is the 150th anniversary of the Page Law or Page Act. What that law did was giving consular officers the right to decline or bar immigration from Asia based on their judgment of the moral character of the Asian women who wanted to come to America. So they had the right to say this person is not a proper, or not a good character. Therefore, American society will be hurt by them. That's kind of first salvo of anti-Asian immigration laws that will culminate into Chinese Exclusion Act. Well, we are here to be more aware what Asian American communities had gone through and is still going through, and what shall be our response to the presence of injustice and unfairness. So we have 3 remarkable speakers who will be informing us as to how Chinese Americans, what kind of experiences that Chinese Americans had gone through, what kind of experiences that Japanese Americans had gone through, and also we have a wonderful speaker who will inform us as to what kind of popular images of Asian Americans are being created still here and now, and what those images are doing to our community and our sense of dignity. So before I bring on our first speaker, Reverend Dr. James Law, I'm going to kindly ask the lead pastor of the Metropolitan Korea UMC Met Church to give us a short greeting.
Good morning, all. I'm a pastor Jinwoo Kim. I'm serving this church, and I just want to share a short message, not long, so please listen. The title of a 2005 documentary about the West Eastern Divan Orchestra said it well. The title is "Knowledge is the Beginning." I believe this deeply when Asian Americans listen to one another and learn from one another and stand with one another. That is where beautiful solidarity begins. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our 3 speakers today, and I want to thank God who established this church in this place for opening the door for today's gathering. I believe that the church is still changing the world. Amen? Or making it more compassionate, more just, and more beautiful. I believe the church is a place where anyone can belong. And I believe that the history of the Asian American community, its blood, tears, and perseverance will not only sustain this society, but also enrich and restore the value and spirit of America. I am humbly ready to listen to your stories. Once again, I welcome all of you. Thank you for being here together. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Joshua. Your leadership has made this event possible. Now, our first theme is by Dr. James K. Lowe, and he has a pretty amazing bio here. Let me read. The Reverend Dr. James K. Lowe served 25 years as the senior pastor of the Chinese United Methodist Church with a community center in Lower Manhattan. Now, he also served 13 years as a New York City correction chaplain. Do you see the match here? Dr. Lowe correction? Okay, you didn't get it. I think that's a pretty good one. His nickname was Chaplain Cool. I can go on and on and on about his service to our community and his attempt to serve not only God, but God's people. He did a lot of things. He joined U.S. Air Force Auxiliary Civil Air Patrol. And Chaplain, or Lieutenant Colonel James Lowe, is the Northeast Region Chaplain of the Civil Air Patrol with primary responsibilities in 9 states, from Maine to New Jersey. So he has been everywhere. Now, this really touches my heart. He was deployed as a New York City correction chaplain to Ground Zero the day after September 11th, 2001, and was slightly injured on the same day. He received the NYC Department of Correction Award for his outstanding duty following the World Trade Center disaster. If you ask me to summarize his bio in one word, it'll be service to God, to his church, to his nation, and our brothers and sisters who are saddened and wounded because of what is happening to their lives and in this nation. Dr. James, you can come up. Jay, can I kind of show you that picture slide that I created just to give you the background as to what so-called historical injustice is? See, this slide says a lot. Hurrah! Hip hurrah! Chinese excluded, they are gone. And next slide. Oh, I have it here, but I'm slightly. You see, there is a continuity in historic injustice if we keep silent. That's 1870s, 1880s, that American society really could not look at African Americans who were recently freed as a legitimate member of American society. And always that graphic to the left says, if African Americans are treated fairly, white Americans will suffer. Next slide, the same thing. If we accept Chinese immigrants, who will suffer? White will suffer. Is the world that God created a zero-sum game? I don't think so. And Dr. James Lowe will tell us that we could coexist. Thank you, Dr. James.
Good morning, everyone, and those online. Good to see you. God loves us. We are equal in front of God, in God's eyes, although we are not the same. So, let me start. Good. Now, this is not about politics. It's not about electoral candidates. You know who he is. I don't live in New York City, but you know who he is. First Muslim, right? Young guy, and born in Uganda, right? He took on the powerful, the rich, famous, powerful Kumo family. I'm not talking about, again, I'm apolitical here, but the point is, when people come together, you can change. He reminds me of Obama, young senator from Illinois, no good, 2 terms, okay? Trump, 2 terms. Why? Why this? Because the people are sick and tired of being sick and tired. People want change, and this is it. So I hope, we do have hope going forward. In the beginning, were first African slaves coming to Virginia, 1619. Please remember, if you can follow the dates, because putting all this together, you'll get a bigger picture of what is going on. This is about reading the signs of the times. Jesus said, the sign of the times. This helps you. History, I appreciate Dr. Yi's history and geography. Nowadays, we need to know history and geopolitics. So when you hear, the news, you know what is going on. A lot of people don't know what's going on because they don't know history, because they don't know geography. So, 1619, the year after, Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock, Massachusetts. 1620, the bad news is this rock landed on the peoples of color, and you will see. By the way, I'm going to show this slideshow. I invite you to sit back, relax, we're brothers and sisters, but buckle up, because through this show, you may encounter turbulence of your mind and of your heart, and maybe even tears. Of course, we all know about 1776. The reason why I said this is, Japanese American, quite often you're the 2nd or 3rd generation, but a lot of Chinese and even Korean, we are 1st generation. And for me, I studied, in high school, I came to the United States for college, but in the secondary school or high school, we did not study American history the way you study in high school, right? So for them, it's good to have a compressed, timeline. So you all know about this better than I do. And I would say it's an escape from the British Empire. British Empire. We have Roman empires. We have British Empire. And then Anglo-American or Euro-American, well, this is Texas, okay, before it became one of the states. Anglo-American rebels against the Mexican government in Texas, 1836, okay? There was a rebellion, okay, against the Mexican government. And then we have independence of Texas. Oh, by the way, who won? Do you know who won? You know your history. The Battle of Alamo. The Mexican government won. Okay? But that's not the end. The end is coming. You see, the independence of Texas. Okay? That's how we do things. Regime change, color revolution, whatever you call it. Oh, sorry. And then we talk about Mexicans, we talk about Native Americans to see the forest, not just the trees. Indians, we call them Native Americans. That is like the year after, 1837, or a few years later, removal of Eastern tribes. This is just a quick picture showing, people got killed, in this case, Indians, Native Americans. If they are still living, they get pushed out, okay? And you can see the arrows. That's how they move west. And this event is called the Trail of Tears. Now with AI, you can just do it and you'll be very knowledgeable like this. And then after that, this is important, 1840s, because Chinese laborers came around that time. The Irish potato famine, so they need to come here to get food, okay? And then, just imagine two groups coming together. How do you manage them? Chinese laborer, 1840, from China. And I'll get into that a little bit more later. Okay. All right. You see, the Mexican-American War, this is like, well, at that time it was Texas, right? And the Mexico government won, but get independence, from the Euro-American. Now, this is the real war, right? Mexican-American War. It's like a land grab. All of a sudden, well, you see the Florida, Georgia area, it was called Arizona, right? When they were under the Mexican rule. And you see California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, parts of Colorado, New Mexico, Wyoming, Kansas, Texas. All this belongs to United States. And I remember reading a book, one quote. It said, I'm a citizen of Mexico. But when I wake up, I became an alien. That happens. Know your history. And then now is the real thing, the gold rush in terms of Chinese stuff. The gold rush, and you see the map, California, Sacramento, and Sierra Nevada gold fields. See, the thing is, even a few years before, the explorer, the pioneers, they went there, they just skim the surface for gold. It's easy stuff, right? Skim it and go to another location, skim it. They leave the more difficult stuff for those coming later, right? And that happens to be Chinese laborer. Why it's difficult? Because you have to dig deeper. You get shafts going down, drilling tunnels through the rocks and blasting it. So that is great danger. But you know what? They only get half the pay of the white workers. So don't say Chinese like to be paid cheap. No, it's just the other way around. Now you see the politics involved here. Now, and again, this is well known to all of you, right? Civil War, and looking at the color, I believe the color code is a little off. But the bottom line is that we have North Union States and we have Confederate States from the South, and 5 states, they're in the middle of the road, meaning they belong to the Union but still have net slaves, okay? You know the history. Then we have Emancipation Proclamation by President Lincoln, okay? But I call it's just the beginning of a long journey to freedom. Law is just law. Law is just law. Now, about Chinese stuff, building the transcontinental railroad, I would say it is the strategy of divide and conquer. First, we understand the history. America could not be fully developed without the Trans-America Railroad system to ship the goods, the gold, silver, textile, you name it. We need that. So America is built on the labor of a lot of people, okay? And America turned to China for the exploitation of Chinese labor. Why is exploitation? Yes, you learn about this later. The Union Pacific Railroad, Irish worker. Remember, they immigrate pretty much at the same time. That's why history is important. So you put things together. Union Pacific Railroad, Irish worker, run east across the Great Plains to Utah. So they start from the east going to the west. And the Central Pacific Railroad, 90%, the Chinese worker, began in Sacramento, cross to Sierra Nevada, okay? And meet in Utah. Who has the toughest job? A lot of people, a lot of Chinese labor, maybe more than 1,000, get hurt, get killed because they play with dynamite. And so it is a difficult job. By the way, I do need a timekeeper, so yeah, I want to be respectful of your time. Now, this is racism at work. The Transcontinental Railroad, May 10, 1869, they finished building the railroad, okay? It was a hard job because the Irish worker from the east, they go through Great Plains, no big deal, right? And they were behind the schedule too. But this, you are starting from the West Coast, going to the east, and this is the ceremony. And in fact, in history books, you can see this picture. You take a closer look. A lot of people are there, and Chinese workers, they were in the ceremony, but they were not allowed to have a picture taken. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Not only that, I chew you up and spit you out. Gold rush, you get the gold, very good. Build a railroad, so we shift things across, have a better economy. Then, thank you very much, chew you up, spit you out. They build, the wall. And of course, it will come to the Exclusion Act, Chinese Exclusion Act later. So, building walls. Wow, are we familiar when we talk about building walls? How many of you have been to Israel? Okay. Have you seen the separation wall? Yeah. And now we have a wall near Mexico too. I'll come to this slide later. The Page Act, Dr. Yi talked about, yes, the problem is that a law is a law, written into law, and it said it's targeting Asian, but actually, it is selectively enforced against Chinese. So when you read the law, go deeper, okay? Just like white-collar crime and, some obvious crime. And so all this back our thinking. And to go back to this, I don't want to repeat. Basically, women from China were not allowed to join the husband, so it's family separation. And also, in the United States, we have a lot of bachelor groups because the families are not here. And then in 1878, he's a minister, at this 1878 July 4th celebration, of course, big event, and you have clergy to do invocation as usual, right? But this man, the man of God, in his prayer, in his invocation, a lot of people watching, and then he said, Chinese must go and good men stay. I don't know. For me, prayer is from the one who's doing the prayer to God. But seems to me, this is like either you are telling God what to do or you are just saying another message. I don't know. But this happened. When politics and religion comes together, take a look. And then fast forward with Jim Crow, and of course, you know American history, but I just want to point out, I just want to highlight, Rosa Parks, the African American woman, she refused to be treated with indignity. So we are powerless, are we? Only your fear becomes a glass ceiling. She started, and then of course, later on, people joined. Well, first we have Irish immigration, Chinese laborer, and then we have people from Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, actually Italians too. They come to here, 1880. So around that time, it's a lot of moving parts. Now, the real thing, Chinese Exclusion Act from 82 to 43, but again, it's just like a point in history. It has been building up. That's why I painted a picture. This is the time where labor politics, okay? You know, pitch one group of laborers against the other, right? At that time, you know, you don't have much protection. You only work for a living. You don't have much choice, especially you are overseas in here. Labor politics plus party politics. This is the thing. You can have multiple political parties, but they come together with one agenda. Yeah, you have something on your hands. Ideology of white supremacy. See, we got to have a reason, okay? And our distinguished presenters will talk about that later on. There are a lot of things here. And colored inferiority. If you're people of color, you're less. In flying, I was a student pilot. You know, we have to, you know, map out where we should go. And the formula is, help us to remember. They say, east is least. East meaning whatever it is. East is least, less. West is best. Even in teaching pilots, we have this formula. There are many, just do your research. And then scapegoating. Okay, scapegoating. Meaning what? Blaming. Again, it's not about politics, okay? I remember Hillary Clinton when she was at a hearing, congressional hearing, talking about the Benghazi situation, and she said, I take responsibilities, but I don't take blame. Scapegoating is blaming one group for all your problems. And it's nothing new. And another factor is that, especially if you have domestic issues, you want to distraction, right? Hey, out there. The problem is out there. Look out there. In the meantime, we hardly address things that is our concerns. Now, Oroville burning. Is Paris burning? Oroville is burning. The reason why I give this example is I came to the United States to study computer science, and I started with 1 year in Fiel Community College, right? Cheaper tuition and all that. Fiel College was in Fiel County. When I was there, a lot of residents, they told me about the suffering of the Chinese laborer. And one famous phrase, they said, in Chinese, some of you know Chinese, 三燒三走. In English, it means their quarters get burned, okay? Chinese laborers in quarters, in their quarters, they get burned. Before they know it, they're coming to burn it down, so they run away. First time. And then they come back. And then they burn it down again. They leave. And then come back. And then burn it again 3 times. Don't say we don't have a voice. Don't say we are chickens. This is history. So the Exclusion Act is not only a story of exclusion, but resilience. It just didn't get written down, or you won't see it on CNN or Fox News. This is the last straw. The last straw being the Chinese massacre in Wyoming. And again, you can Google it, whatever you do, it's right there. And it's problematic because you see all this persecution is really institutionalized racism. It's not only that, it is systemic, widespread, and also systematic. How so? Okay? Just maybe it's hard to see from afar. Basically, there's a situation, and I want to point out is that 28 miners got killed, and a lot of injuries, and their home destroyed. What I want to point out is the aftermath, is that federal troops escort Chinese miners to safety, but no one is held accountable for the massacre. Hold on. This is not once and done. It's coming. Well, because of all this, you're not welcome. So they retreat. Just like in a battle, you advance, you have to retreat. This is a retreat. Why we have Chinatowns? Oh, because Chinese, they like to come together. Really? Really? That's what you say. A response to blaming and terrorism, okay? So we have this San Francisco stuff. This is another massacre, but to our Black American brothers and sisters. And, okay. This is not a poor neighborhood in Tulsa. They call this Greenwood district the Black Wall Street, so they're educated, okay? And of course, there was a situation, then we have this massacre. And I read it to you, I'm sorry, it's hard to read from a distance. A white mob attacks Greenwood after allegations against a Black man. Well, do you want police to come over here? Pick up the phone, and hang up, and they will respond. Getting back to this situation and allegations, okay? And then violence and arson destroy much of the district, not 1 or 2 houses. The district, the whole district get destroyed. You see the violence. I call it extreme violence, okay? Over 1,000 homes and businesses are burned. Now, I want to focus on the aftermath. an estimated 100 to 300 killed, thousands left homeless. Hear this, no one charged for the violence. And then we have the Great Depression. By the way, you think you have money in your bank and it's all good? It can become paper. It's just a piece of paper, okay? It is for real. Bank failures, okay? Now, and our distinguished presenter will go over this. And what I just want to point out is, most of them, they are US citizens. So you think you're a citizen, you're good? Don't be naive. Yep. I read 110,000 now of apartheid in South Africa, okay? And of course, the segregation, the violence. I want to show you the next slide. Okay, thank you. Apartheid architects look to Jim Crow as a model for what? For tortures, sexual violence, racial control. Check the history, check the facts. Oh, by the way, I failed to mention one important point. John Wesley was a catalyst for making slavery illegal in England. Same ways, same white ways. Just like in the Bible, we have sheep and goats, right? So don't lose hope. There will always be someone standing up and standing for the oppressed, a voice for the voiceless. Okay, now let's talk about import and exports. I'm not talking about iPhones or rare earths. We import African slaves, genocide of Indians, import Chinese cheap labors, and alienization of Mexicans. I talked about that before. You have been a citizen of this country, but all of a sudden you're an alien. Thank you very much. And the imprisonment of US citizens, Japanese Americans. We export what? What do we export? We export, stereotypes. Hollywood movies, right? We all love Hollywood movies. Who is the bad guy in the cowboy movie, right? US Army, right? All that. Think deeper. When I see this, it reminds me of just like you want to learn Bible, theology, and you learn it from the Ten Commandments, you learn it from Moses, right? You learn it from the movies. God help us. And also, who is always the good guy, the powerful guy, all right? And of course, later on, it will be touched upon. And so watch what you are watching. And of course, Martin Luther King, to some, a dream realized. To some, they're still having a nightmare. It depends on who you are. Now, of course, Civil Rights Act, 1964, again, it's a long journey, long journey. We often say the wheel of justice turns slowly, but I say, turn we must. Rosa Parks, right? Keep on keeping on. By God's grace, right? As you said, by God's grace. Okay, this is 10, 15. How much time do I have?
We prefer about 15 minutes.
Excellent, very good. Now, let's open the floor because I'm sure you have your stories, mine. Let's share your stories. It doesn't matter what you're referring to. And first, let me hear this. What do you make of the slideshow? Yeah. Yes, please.
One thing I'd like to point out regarding the Chinese workers on the railroad, we have a phrase, not a China's chance. And that comes from the fact that, going to, blasting through the mountains, they would lower the Chinese workers in the basket, and they had put in the explosives, the TNT, and try and haul them up fast enough. And there's like really a 50-50 chance that man would make it out alive. But we have a phrase, not a Chinese chance, and refers to what happened to those railroad workers. And the other thing, the picture you showed of the knee,
Oh, yeah.
the railroad, there was a photographer in Chinatown, Horton Lee, who recently passed away, and he restaged that event, and to make it historically accurate, he had Chinese people there, because he saw the injustice that, they sacrificed their lives to build this railroad, they were not recognized at the time, so he restaged it, and he does have a book out where this picture's included,
Right.
as well as other photographs from, what's happening in New York City, so I just wanted to
And thank you. This is a good example of using our voice. And you are not just speaking for yourself, you are speaking for all of us. So let's, follow a good example. Know other people's history. We're in this together, and thank you. And of course, hopefully today is just the first step, and later on you do your own research and you take out a lot more. Okay, what is the difference between prejudice and racism? Anybody?
point of view, probably, versus legal racism.
Right. And I quote from the National Council of Churches of the United States. The way they define it as prejudice, prejudge, meaning before you have enough information, you just, judging people. And it happens to all of us, we prejudge. But what makes it worse is when it comes to racism, you have institutionalized systemic system. So let's remember, and I want to thank you, before I sit down, I would like to say this, is do not be a victim of divide and conquer. You have seen all this history. Oh, one last thing I like to read. It is a poem, okay, near Nazi's time, Nazi Germany's time. First, they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. God bless.
Thank you. Dr. James and my brothers and sisters, if I may, I learned a lot. I am by profession and training historian, but I think what I saw was how Chinese American experience is not a isolated component or isolated experience, but it is the part of a very well entrenched, systematized tradition of discrimination, prejudice, and violence. So we are in a way, not an island, but a continent, which gives us power actually, that against injustice, we can work together because we are next to each other. And that was a very critical point that I got, and I thank you so much. Amazingly, usually when I go to conferences, the sessions are delayed, so it goes, it gets longer, but today we have almost a perfect timing. So I'm just going to open the floor for just maybe 1 or 2 comments, just free fall, as they say, anything about the experience of Chinese American immigrants in the context of the whole scenario of discrimination and prejudice and sometimes violence. Any comments that you'd like to make? This is a good time to say so. All right, we are going to move on to our second session. We are still actually ahead of time, but that does not really affect the intensity and the emotional aspect of the next presentation, which is by Ms. Jerry Igarashi Yoshida. I'm going to briefly introduce her bio here. Ms. Jerry Yoshida has been active with the Reformed Church of America since 2007. Currently, she is serving on the Council of Pacific and Asian American Ministries and the Pastoral Formation Committee of the Classes of New York. She has served on the Commission on Race and Ethnicity, the Dismantling Racism Prayer Team, and the Understanding White Privilege Task Force. She has been a member of the Japanese American United Church since 1986. She is Sansei, that's third generation Japanese American. She was born in Chicago, and her parents were born and raised in California, thus the internment experience or incarceration experience during World War II. Her grandparents came from Japan in the early 1900s. When I read our distinguished speaker's bio, I interject his or her own voice. So this is her own voice. I quote, "I have been living in New York City since 1979. I came here to pursue a career in acting. My father was an Episcopalian priest, and my grandfather was a Baptist minister who helped to establish the first Japanese Baptist church in Sacramento, California." This is a very interesting part. After spending my college and young adult years as an angry and rebellious preacher's kid, sounds familiar? Hope not. I came back to the church after my son Kentaro was born in 1985. And as she had said, she became a very active member of the Japanese American United Church. And she became involved with the Reformed Church in America. My dear brothers and sisters, if you allow me to say just one tidbit about how I understand Ms. Yoshida's personality and characteristic. You know, I am very clumsy a writer and typist. I don't hide that. I'm very clumsy. And of the speakers, Dr. James was identified as Reverend Doctor. Our third speaker, Fiel, is preceded by Mr. I dropped Miss on Miss Yoshida. I was pretty embarrassed, and I was worrying, what should I do? But I did not get a complaint or anything from our next speaker. Now, this is not, you may think that this is such a small, tiny bit of who she is, but I thought that was very humble, therefore very comforting. My dear brothers and sisters, I have organized a fair number of conferences, and I almost sued because I dropped doctor in front of someone's name. But Ms. Yoshida, I thank you for your gracefulness as well as your huge heart. Thank you. Our session is called Beyond the Model Minority, Myth and Forever Foreigner. Here is our Ms. Yoshida. I welcome you.
Good morning. In my church, we say, "Ohayou gozaimasu." So thank you, Dr. Yi, for your introduction. I am so excited and honored to be here today to share my personal stories of how racism and prejudice have impacted my identity and my family. The title of my talk is The Model Minority Myth and Forever Foreigner, to redemption from racism through God's grace. To introduce myself, I am Sansei, third generation Japanese American. All my grandparents came from Japan in the early 1900s. Here is a photo of my paternal grandparents, Ken Saburo and Toshiko Igarashi, with baby Isaac. This is my uncle, who was the firstborn son. Ken Saburo became a Christian in Japan. When he told his family that he was a Christian, they said, "Well, okay, but you go to America," implying they didn't want him to stay in Japan, embarrass them, and bring shame to the family by breaking with tradition. He moved to California, and when it came time for him to get married, he was introduced to Toshiko Makino, who grew up as a Christian. Her father, my great-grandfather, was one of the first to study Western medicine in the 1800s. At that time, medical missionaries often taught English using the Bible, and that's how he was converted. At first, the Japanese people were suspicious and preferred Asian medicine. But then there was a pandemic in Japan, and when the Japanese doctors refused to treat patients out of fear of contagion, Dr. Makino, out of his Christian values, did treat them and earned their trust and respect, to the point where he was able to open a hospital in Japan, and my grandmother trained to be a nurse. So this is a photo of my maternal grandparents, Kisaburo and Hatsumi Yoshida. My grandmother was born in Hawaii because her parents were working on a pineapple plantation. Hawaii was a territory then, not the 50th state, and she was sent back to Japan to be educated. My grandpa Kato was a successful businessman, and he owned 3 Japanese gift stores in San Francisco by the 1940s. Both grandparents, along with 2 other Japanese businessmen, started the first Japanese Baptist church in Sacramento, which celebrated its 100th anniversary in 2020, but closed during COVID. Well, I was kind of expecting, Dr. Yi, that you were going to say more about Pearl Harbor. I thought you were going to give more of history. Okay, so maybe you'll do it later. Right, okay, well, thank you. So, as we all know, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in the day that will live in infamy, according to Franklin D. Roosevelt. And this resulted in Executive Order 9066 that sent all my relatives into the internment camps. They were called relocation centers. That included my 4 grandparents, my parents who were college students at the time, their sisters and brothers. First, they were sent to temporary shelters at the Tanforan racetrack, where horse stalls were cleared out, walls were whitewashed with flies stuck in the paint, and the stalls still reeked of horse manure. And that's where whole families had to live until the permanent internment camps could be built in remote locations. My family first went to Tule Lake, which you can see is in Northern California. My paternal grandparents ended up in Heart Mountain in Wyoming, and my maternal grandparents ended up in Jerome, Arkansas. My father and Aunt Kiku, my mother's younger sister, got out of camp in about 6 months. The Quakers, the Society of Friends, were conscientious objectors, meaning that they refused to take arms and fight during wartime. So many of them helped Japanese American students apply to colleges away from the West Coast. My father applied to Colby College in Waterville, Maine. That's about as far from California as you can get. It was a Baptist college that was anti-slavery before the war, the Civil War. The president of the college held a campus convocation where he explained the situation about the mass incarceration of Japanese Americans, and he asked the students and faculty if they would accept my father as a student, which they did. Because he could not go home for Christmas break, his roommate invited him to Portland, Oregon, and gave him a tour. When my dad returned to campus, the dean of students told him that the FBI had been watching him, thinking that he might be a spy gathering intel at the Portland shipyards at that time. So, I mean, I would think the FBI would have better things than tailing a college student, but that's how paranoid they were at the time. After graduating from Colby College, my dad went to Crozier Theological Seminary, where he got his MDiv. And then he got his PhD at Harvard Divinity School in Boston in 1950. I point this out because this is part of our model minority myth, that, back in the 1940s, not many people went to college. But it's like, my father, in order to prove himself, he had to go to an Ivy League school and get an advanced degree. And at that time, that was really quite an achievement. And I remember my family being just so proud. My dad went to Harvard Divinity School. And, when you're 5 or 6 or 7, I didn't understand what, college is. I didn't know about Ivy League schools, but my family was just so proud of that. And no matter how much American people look down at us and treat us badly, I just knew in my heart that, there was something special about us because my dad, had this very high academic achievement. So, when they were released from the internment camps, some Japanese Americans returned to their homes on the West Coast. So my grandfather, Reverend Igarashi, went back to Sacramento. Many internees came to his church as a social service agency as they looked for places to live, to find jobs, and in the church, they found community and safety. My mother's family, the Katos, moved to Chicago. Some of the Japanese were afraid to go back to the West Coast. I mean, there's still a tremendous amount of prejudice and because they had been treated so badly before the war, many Japanese chose other places away from the West Coast. So the Kato family ended up in Chicago, where Kisaburo opened a Japanese gift store and where my parents had their home wedding in 1949. You can see my parents, and then Reverend Igarashi married them in Chicago. And I do want to share that my Aunt Kiku My mother's younger sister married an African American, Johnson Payne, and they had 2 children, my cousins Renee and Maurice. And I have to say, back in those days, intermarriage was very rare, and I think in some places actually illegal. But I'm so proud of my aunt Kiku. She was very brave, she was very independent, and she became a social worker supervisor in Chicago, and she actually lived to be 102. She just passed away a year ago, February 2024. So I just wanted to share that with you. So here I am. I was born in 1950, November 2nd. I just celebrated my 75th birthday. And I started school in 1955 in Richmond, Virginia, where the Jim Crow laws were still in effect. And we heard a little bit about the Jim Crow laws from Reverend Dr. Law. So the way we ended up there, my father was called by Samuel Proctor to be the professor of Greek and New Testament at the seminary at Virginia Union University, an historically black college. And Sam Proctor and my dad were seminarians together at Crozier Theological Seminary, and that's how they knew each other. And my dad said, you know, when he was called to be a professor down there, this was a big risk for him because he knew, and Reverend Proctor knew also. I mean, this is the Deep South, and before civil rights, when Jim Crows were very strictly enforced. But my dad, being Japanese Americans, regular American churches did not want to hire him as a minister, so his opportunities for employment were limited. And many Japanese Americans became involved in civil rights because we recognized the similarity between what we had gone through during the war and what African Americans were facing in terms of civil rights. So that there was many deep connections between the Japanese American community and African Americans. So in 1955, Richmond was segregated. We lived across from the university in an all-black neighborhood. Schools were segregated. So my father went to the white superintendent to ask, where would I start kindergarten? And the superintendent said that because my parents were allowed to pass for white when they registered to vote, in those days there were only 2 choices. You were either white or you were Negro. And well, they didn't know what to do with my parents. I mean, obviously they were not African American, we weren't really white, but they were allowed to pass for white. So that meant I could go to an all-white school. J.E.B. Stewart School. Jeb Stuart was a very famous Confederate general. However, the superintendent said if the professors and students at Virginia Union University objected, I could transfer to an all-black school. However, if I enrolled in the Negro school first, I would not be allowed to transfer to an all-white school. And that's an example of how strict and arbitrary Jim Crow laws were back then. Well, my father chose an all-white school because as a Japanese and as all Asians value education as our ticket out of the ghetto, and it was very important to him that I get a good education, and back then schools were separate and they were not equal. So he learned to drive, he bought a secondhand used car, which we called Old Dobbin, and every morning he would drive me to school, and every afternoon he picked me up. So we moved around many times when I was growing up, from kindergarten to high school. In fact, I went to 7 different schools. I got so tired of being asked, "What are you?" like I was an alien from a different planet. So my mantra was, I am an American. I am not Japanese. My mother was told when she left the camps, forget Japan, be as American as possible. My parents never spoke Japanese at home, and I never wanted to learn. We mostly ate American food because there was no Asian grocery stores where we lived. And I hated eating Japanese white rice at every dinner. I wanted to eat white bread or mashed potatoes, baked potatoes, French fries, like my friends at school ate. I couldn't see why my parents wanted to eat their Japanese comfort food. I had many experiences of being teased and bullied in school because I was the only Asian in the whole school, except for my little sister, and she was 4 years younger, so she didn't count. Most incidents I have forgotten and repressed and denied because it was just so awful, because I somehow felt it was my fault that I was born different and somehow defective. Most of the time, I never told my parents how bad it was. But when I was in the 5th grade, about 10 years old, we moved to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. One day after school, the kids were teasing me. They called me a chink, a Chinaman with slanty eyes, and why don't you go back to where you came from? I ran to get away from them, and I don't know if I was pushed or I tripped, but I fell. I scraped both my knees, my elbows. I think I busted my glasses. And so I was a mess by the time I got home, and I was crying and sobbing, you know, why does everybody hate me? I didn't do anything wrong or bad. So as my mother tried to soothe and calm me down, she said, Jerry, you just have to work hard in school, study hard, and prove that you're just as smart or better than they are. Then they won't pick on you anymore. So I said, yes, Mommy. Yes, Mommy. And that's what I did for the rest of my academic career in grade school, junior high, high school, and college. I made Dean's List every quarter at Emory University. I was Phi Beta Kappa spring quarter my junior year, and I proved myself to be just as smart, if not smarter than, my white peers. And that was me buying into the model minority myth. But guess what? No matter how high my grades, what academic honors I racked up, I could never be white enough. Oops, I'm supposed to go forward. Okay, so here's a picture of my high school graduating class. Can you find me? This is St. Mary's High School in Sewanee, Tennessee, and as you can see, I am the only person of color in all-white class, the whole school, actually. And at Emory University, I got a white WASP boyfriend, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, but still deep down inside, I felt like a fraud. Back in those days, I would have been called a banana, yellow on the outside and white on the inside. I didn't find self-acceptance or belonging by playing their game of being quiet, being good, trying so hard to fit in and belong that I gave up or hid the best part of myself. So, so how do I find myself? Oh my goodness. I was a very quiet, private, introverted student. I learned that by being invisible was sometimes a safe way to avoid getting hurt. And the other strategy was to be a chameleon that changed and camouflaged to blend in with the other students and pretend to be just like them as much as possible. My high school English teacher, the beautiful blonde and buxom Mrs. Johansson, took me aside and gave me this advice. She said, Jerry, you are too quiet in class. When you go to college, you should take some acting classes. And I was appalled. There was no way I was going to get on stage and make a fool of myself in front of everyone. But at Emory, one of my English professors, who was also the theater director, told me he had a part for me. I was so intrigued and flattered. I asked him, what was it? And he said, a bombing victim of Nagasaki. So I was kind of insulted. And I told him this is stereotype casting. So he said, who else should I ask? Was his reply. So I did do a play called A Song for All Saints. Let me see if I can find that. Yes, here it is. And that was my beginning of my acting career in Atlanta, Georgia in 1974. So, wait a minute. This is not the speech I intended to give. I should have read my script before I came down here.
Mr. Take your time. We could go into questions. There are a lot of ways to make this more meaningful.
Yeah, I think I printed up the wrong script. Okay, so where am I now? Yeah, because I think I brought up the wrong script. I printed up the wrong script. I can't believe it. I had someplace.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why Tennessee and why Georgia? You're from California, then Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, then you dropped down low. What happened there?
Oh, okay, I had a very restless father. Okay, so after Virginia University, at that point he was Baptist, and then he decided to join the Episcopal Church. And so he went to seminary in Alexandria, Virginia, and his first parish was in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And from there we ended up in German, Pennsylvania, and then he ended up at Sewanee, Tennessee as a professor of Greek and New Testament at the Episcopal Seminary in Tennessee.
Wow. So he must be the only Asian American professor there, I presume?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think he was the first Asian American professor at Virginia Union University and the first professor of color at the University of the South in Sewanee, Tennessee.
A lot of questions regarding your life and your parents' life
Right.
in the South, but I would like to go back. I'd like to take a few steps. Did your parents ever share with you what it was like to be interned, incarcerated? What was it like? We have a general picture of what those camps were like, but on a more personal level, what did you hear from your parents regarding the infamy?
Actually, I think they said very little or nothing at the dinner table. I think it was such a shameful experience. I mean, that may sound surprising, but it was just kind of like, they just wanted to forget it and just move on with their lives. And so when the family would get together and they would talk about camps, I thought it was like summer camp, because they would laugh and tell stories. And actually, it wasn't until I started getting involved in theater and doing plays about the internment camps that I actually learned more, about what the camp experience was really like. And so, yeah.
Did it make you more radical? Did it make you more rebellious, knowing that this infamy somehow make victims feel that they had done something wrong, so they should shut up kind of environment and history? Well, how did you feel? How did their experience transform you, affect you?
Well, I think it helped me understand my parents better in terms of who they were and why they did the things they did, But I think there was like a very deep sense of shame in our family. I mean, even though we were the victims of other people's racial prejudice, it was kind of like internalized, like there was something wrong with us that we were sent to the camps in the first place, right? So yeah.
That's pretty amazing. Can we pursue this? I mean, the victims are being punished for almost a crime that was committed against them, and they somehow say, I might have done something wrong. Can we? Do we have a question regarding this? Okay, we'll come back to Q&A. I mean, we have plenty of time actually. And I have one more question, and I'll shut up. You dated white boyfriends. What about their families? Did they accept you as, this is a normal relationship? You know, I'm very proud of my son, or are they saying my son brought a Asian girl as his boyfriend? What was that dynamic like?
Well, it was interesting. The white boyfriend I had, his father was also an Episcopalian minister. So, but I remember the mother was kind of distressed that her son chose a Japanese American girlfriend, because I think the other son had chosen another person of color to marry or be involved with. And so she's kind of distressed that both her sons are getting involved with women of color. And so there's a certain amount of discomfort about that. Yeah. And, and I think a part of it, a lot for me was kind of a denial of my Asianness. I'm trying to be white by having a white boyfriend.
Did it work? Did it work? Did you have a white boyfriend, therefore you are more Caucasian, inside and out? I mean, you wanted to be more white by dating white young man. So did it work? I just wanted to know.
No, of course not.
So why did you keep on dating them?
I mean, I ended up marrying a Japanese American person I met here in New York City. But I never dreamed I would, because growing up, I was not around other Asian students.
Any question? This is fascinating to me, truly fascinating, more so than the history. Any questions that you would like to raise, your comments? All right, okay, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. You'd like to go back to your slides, or I could give a little more history.
I mean, where did this speech come from? Oh my goodness.
Speeches and spirits work very mysteriously. So,
Right. No. Right, exactly. So when I came to New York City, I came back to the church. I started going to the Japanese American United Church, and I think this was sort of a homecoming for me that, growing up, I was never around other Japanese Americans, except, family occasions, and that was only like maybe once a year or something. And so I really found a lot of hope and healing by joining a Japanese American United Church here in New York City, and meeting other Japanese people outside of my family who had, many of them had similar experiences to my parents in terms of the Japanese internment camps during World War II. So, that was kind of a homecoming for me.
If I may, does United Japanese American Church, do you talk about these experiences? Do you talk about these histories as a faithful community? Or is it?
Yes, we have. I think it forms a good deal of our identity. And the interesting thing was, after I've been going to this church for a few years, I asked my father, why he was not more involved in the Japanese American community. And it was very interesting. He said for him personally, he felt it would have made him bitter. He intentionally chose to be active, mostly in Caucasian churches and a couple of African American churches besides, teaching at Virginia Union University.
If so, I don't mean to disrespect your father, but your father's reaction to his very painful personal experience falls into this notion of very, very silent, very model minority who does not talk about the darker side, but they move on to the shining horizon. Am I being fair or unfair?
I don't think that's fair. I mean,
Okay.
he would speak about his Japanese American identity. I think there were, battles he had to fight to find equality in terms of, the assumptions and stereotypes that people had of him as a Japanese American or Asian American person. And I think in a lot of ways, it was harder for him because he was the only one. It wasn't like he was part of a larger community. You know, we were a minority of one in Sewanee, Tennessee, which was all white at that time. It was an all-white men's school. So, I mean, I give him credit for having a lot of courage to stand up in those situations and be himself. Yeah, I mean, it's like when I went to an all-Japanese church, like, oh, well, there's comfort and, you know, familiarity and stuff like that, but then sometimes that becomes kind of a cocoon, and sometimes you have to be, you know, the minority of one in order for people to get to know you and for you to challenge their stereotypes of what is Asian American.
Please don't get me wrong. I really do have respect for what
Right.
your father has done. That's
Right.
amazing. Any questions? Should I keep on asking questions? Because I do have a whole lot of questions, actually. I do.
Yeah.
You seem like you want to say something. No? Keep going?
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Yoshida, you want to keep going? We have plenty of time.
Yeah, so actually, I was in a play about the Japanese internment camps called Double Dutch, and that was actually, I think, maybe my first opportunity to learn about the Japanese internment camp experience. Because like I said, my parents did not really talk about it very much. I think there's just a lot of shame involved. And I think, you know, they wanted to kind of put that behind them and move on. And so, you know, actually being in the play allowed me to learn more about the Japanese internment camp experience. So I have two children. My oldest is Kentaro Yoshida, and you know, both my kids were also involved in acting, probably by survival, because it's so hard to be an actor in New York City, and it's just like, okay, everybody has to work. And fortunately, my son was very cute and had a lot of personality, and he did a lot of things, including he was on the Cosby Show twice. He was on Sesame Street many times, as was my daughter. And this is just an example of what we call print work. He was on the cover of, what was it, Kid City magazine. And this is my daughter, Hatsumi. I named her after my maternal grandmother, Hatsumi, and so she also did print work. She was a little bit shyer, so she was not so excited about being in front of the camera. And so I did want to share a story about, you know, when 9/11 happened, one of the things newscasters said is like, this is the worst attack on American soil since the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And this was a real trigger for me. You know, because the bombing of Pearl Harbor put my family into the internment camps. So at that time, our minister was Reverend Nathan Brownell, and he brought two work teams from First Reformed Church in Orange City, Iowa, to our church to help fix up the church and, you know, to share our stories and stuff like that. And then after coming 2 years in a row, they invited some members of our church to go back to their church in Orange City to thank them for sending work teams to our church. And they appointed me as spokesperson for our group because the other 8 or 9 people were, you know, basically Japanese speaking, and they're very shy and they're very embarrassed because of their accent. So Jerry, you give the speech, you know, thanking this church for sending work teams. And so I did share my story of, you know, how they're coming to our church and working with us really, you know, kind of touched me and healed my heart because, you know, deep down inside, I've got these bad feelings about white people who imprisoned my family and then mistreated me as a child. And so I did share a little bit about my story. And afterwards, you know, after the service, we have kind of like a receiving line, and I'm shaking hands with people. And this older guy comes up and he says, well, you know, I was a soldier during World War II. And he said, you know, I want to say how sorry I am about what happened to your people. And, you know, in that moment, I don't know, I just had a God moment or something. You know, I could see him. you know, he was like 60 something at this point, but I could see him as a young man, you know, fresh from the fields of Iowa, going off to war. And I just felt such, you know, this overwhelming sense of conviction and forgiveness towards him that, you know, all this time, you know, I'm hating white people because they mistreated my people. They teased me as a kid. I felt rejection. But in that moment, I felt this connection with him and this sense, overwhelming sense of conviction and forgiveness in my heart for what had happened. I think even so many times when we were victims of racial violence and prejudice, we still have to forgive, even though the injustice was done against us. And I just feel like that was a tremendous moment of healing for me. So I did want to share that. The other incident that happened more recently at General Synod in 23, I gave the speech for CPAM, the Council on Pacific and Asian American Ministries. And you know, I shared about the internment camps, and I also shared about, this was after this white man killed a number of women at this Korean spa. And I shared how this was such a devastating experience for me because it just brought back, it was like a flashback to all the, you know, hateful and hurtful experiences that happened to me as a child. And so after I gave my speech, you know, people came up to me and they were very gracious. And I went off to the coffee hour, and this one man approached me, and he goes, well, you know, the Japanese were patrolling the West Coast, and you know, they attacked the Aleutian Islands, and he was saying all these hateful things to me. And I was so surprised, because this is a church conference, a church meeting, and he's attacking me. And I really didn't know the historical accuracy of what he was saying, but you know, I'm deeply wounded by what he said. And so I said, well, what about German Americans or Italian Americans? They weren't put into internment camps like my people were. And so he goes, well, I guess we couldn't tell them apart or something like that. And I'm going, well, that is racism. And I was just so angry, and I stalked off. But afterwards, I mean, I had kind of a moment of regret. You know, is this guy going to go home and get his shotgun and come after me? You know, it was a really shameful experience for me, and I wasn't going to tell anybody about it. But then my son said, I went home and I told my son, he goes, Mom, you have to speak up. Don't let him get away with this. You know, I think the thing about racial prejudice, we just internalize it so much, like, oh, it must be my fault that people don't like me. But because my son challenged me, at that time I was serving on the Dismantling Racism prayer team, so I felt I trusted them enough to say, you know, look, this happened to me. And I received, you know, a lot of sympathy and support from them, especially from the African American ministers, because, you know, they really understood what I was going through. And as a result of my speaking up, I was really glad that I did, even though it was scary and hurtful. The RCA made the decision the next year to have kind of an anti-racism training built into General Synod at the beginning, so something like that would not happen again, and that if somebody felt some kind of racial discrimination like that, that they would have some way to address it immediately and not have to suffer in shame and silence as I did. So here I am, 75, and it's like I'm still learning that it's important to stand up and speak out about racial discrimination, that unfortunately it's still alive and well in America. So, that's my story, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from audience members? If not, I'll go up and invite
I might have to call you back to the lectern, but that's okay. Please make note of the council. We have a feeling that we are going to work together closely. Thank you. We have arranged the sessions in a way that I am by training and profession, historian. So I will provide some historical context. And I usually do it in the beginning. However, I had the privilege of reading through or viewing the PPT beforehand, and I felt Ms. Yoshida's testimony should precede my so-called historical analysis. That's not very important. Her voice, her first-person voice was very poignant, really. You know, there's a historian whose name is Richard Reeve from UCLA who wrote a book called Infamy. That's about Japanese-American internment, 100,000 or more during World War II. Now, you know where that infamy comes from? I'll explain to you. He's a very clever historian. After the Pearl Harbor attack, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt declared Pearl Harbor attack as a day of infamy, shameful day. Shame on you, Japanese, that's what he said. But when you really think about it, same intensity of shame on you can be applied to how Roosevelt administration incarcerated 100,000 people for no ground, just because they are Japanese. Now, Ms. Yoshida, perhaps you could enlighten us later in our lunch conversation as well. 1988, the American government apologized and allotted about $2,000-3,000 per each victims of the incarceration, internment. Does that help? I don't know. What will that do? I'm sorry. We put you through hell. Take this money. So sometimes, effort to so-called correct history really does not work. And in this context, it's not just Asian Americans. It's a Latino Hispanic community, it's African American community, and all other communities that have suffered. So I think what I'm trying to say is that we as a nation and a society and community should really think what is the true rectification. In a Christian faithful context, I know what it is. Yes, Ms. Yoshida said it, forgiving. Yeah, that works. However, in a historical, political context, I think we really have to think through what can we possibly do to rectify these painful chapters of our history. And that's, I think, something to talk about. Some people call it reparation. Some people find that not workable. How do you pay reparation to historical pain whose intensity and whose scars are so deep yet so different for each person? So that's the kind of conversation that we will be having in this series of A Day of Awareness. Mr. Kim, can you bring up my slide for Ms. Yoshida's? Yeah. Next one. From my monitorial view, that's left. And, yours too. The first one, the left one, is in Germany. The Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. That's when not only Nazi operatives or Nazi party members, but fairly average Germans destroyed Jewish-owned shops and synagogues. That's 1938. Fast forward, less than 3 years. Something similar is happening in California. And a lot of historians are looking into this very severe and intense anti-Japanese feelings. And we are perplexed. Chinese, absolutely large number. There's relatively speaking, there's a fairly large community. Japanese Americans, relatively small community. Yeah, there was a Pearl Harbor in December 1942, but there must be something else. Just like there was a Nazi anti-Semitism that goes deeper than so-called, you kill the Christ kind of thing. And there is a commonality connecting anti-Semitism in Germany and anti-Japanese and Asian feelings in California. The successful nature of the Japanese American community. I'll just give you one number. In California, 40% of that juicy, beautiful California strawberries grown by Japanese immigrants. So what am I talking about? Well, this is not some bygone era, a long time ago that happened. What do we care? Let's heal and move on and let's forgive each other. Well, not really. It's not that easy. So economic success always brings that sense of we are poor because of you. And it really does not matter whether it was early 20th century or 2025. That sense of zero-sum game. You are successful, therefore we are not, could creep up anytime. Well, we do need a triggering point. We need that match. COVID was one. All of a sudden it became Asian virus. And it is no secret that people who felt squeezed economically, politically, and otherwise will find something to blame some group. And if there is a leader who will go around saying, this is a Kung Fu virus, yes, it'll turn into shooting, slashing. I live in a subway L station. Yeah, there was subway slashing that required about 70 stitches. It was Filipino American. And who cares? You look like Chinese, so that's what happened. So we really have to be mindful of what we are trying to do. We are not here to study history. We are here to understand what could happen to us and what could also happen in the future. Mr. Kim, can I have a next slide? Do you think that historical injustice, this is our islands? I don't think so. Look at how Jews were carried to concentration camps. That's that famous, effective, almost perfect Deutsche Rail. On this side, there's pretty efficient rail that was built by Chinese Americans. So history continues. And whenever I go through these similarities and continuities, I really get, what's the right term? Yeah, historically indignant. Well, historians should not be too indignant, but I do. What can I possibly tell you? So we are doing all these things, not because we wanted to be better informed historically. Yes, that's necessary. But at the same time, let's open our hearts, minds, and our ears, and our eyes, so that this will not repeat in our lives or for our future generation. This is not about Asian American community. This speaks to all other communities because injustice is colorblind, and you know that, and I know that much. And I just like to make one comment. Yes, that Georgia shooting that Mr. Yoshida mentioned, that shooting at sex bar. My dear friend Fiel will address this to a certain extent in our session 3, but what the shooter said about, or the way he justified his shooting at women who were working at the spa. He said, they instigated my sexual obsession. They made me suffer from this obsession, having sexual intercourse. Therefore, is their fault. It took long time for Georgia's state attorney to come with the indictment of racially motivated violence. If this is not a racially motivated violence, then it means it's a common shooting. There's a crazy person with a gun who killed, 5, 6 people. I'm sorry that the number escaped me, but 6 probably. It took a long time for them to think, is this racially motivated? I know you lived in Georgia, but Georgia could do better. Georgia could do better. So my dear friends, I really am thankful, and I thank my friends, our friends, who are joining through live streaming. Let's look at things with wide open consciousness, so that this shall not happen again, and Miss Yoshida's family should not go through a barbed wire compound and call it their homes. One more historical tidbit. 1941 January, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt gave a State of Union speech. Why is that speech one of the most important speeches in American history? Because he said something so touching, so beautiful, and so critical, not only to American people, but to world population. He said, America stands for what? 4 freedoms. 4 freedoms. Freedom of worship, freedom of speech, freedom from want, deprivation, and freedom from fear. Exactly 1 year thereafter, 100,000 Japanese Americans were deprived of freedom to worship or to be themselves, freedom of speech, freedom from want, and most definitely, they had no freedom from fear. So can you imagine? Can you imagine? America went to war against Axis because we have to. Why? If we don't, we are not living up to our national creed of fighting for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and most specifically, freedom of worship, freedom of fear, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. So I think through these ONS sessions, next one is in February 21st, Saturday, to be more exact, and we are going to talk about Methodism and race, or church and race. Through these gatherings, we build coalition of ONS and action, and today is a huge step. This is why I'm very grateful to our not only presenters, but my siblings who are here and siblings who are joining us through live streaming. And one last point that I shall make. Topics that we discuss are painful, no question about that one. Yes, it's painful. But there has to be an element of celebration that which we will engage in after this. So don't go anywhere. I'm very serious about this morning. We are going to have a wonderful meal together downstairs, because we are not just reminding ourselves of historical injustice and the struggles against it that our communities have gone through, but at the same time, let's celebrate the fact that we have overcome. Don't you think? We have overcome. So let's go downstairs. I believe that there is a kind of Korean feast there, and let us break. Sounds awkward, but bulgogi and kimchi together. Thank you. I'll see you there. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. 감독님 그럼 그 슬라이드를 하나 보고 시작할까요? 처음에? Alright, dear friends, we are going to start our third session, and it is equally exciting. We are going to start our third session, and it is equally exciting on my part because of the theme: Crazy Rich Asian, truth or Orientalism. Nice. And this is why I feel that this theme is very relevant to us, and it deserves our attention and reflection. You know, those are the things that I grew up with, those images of Asians. The first one is from Pearl Buck's Great Earth. And you know they are not Asians. They're not Asians. And Caucasian actor and actress played the role of two main characters. I accidentally omitted Wang Lun, right? Played by Paul Muni, and Olan by Louise Rayner. Nobody said anything. All right, that was a good acting. Although it was a misrepresentation, an absolute caricaturization of Asian culture. Then came The Breakfast at Tiffany's. That's Mickey Rooney. Do Japanese Americans look like that? I doubt that highly. But every stereotyping and caricaturization was lumped together in that particular movie. Then I got to watch the MASH, the MASH. That was a hit series. That ran for about 12 years. And rarely Korean, that's about Korean War and Mobile Army Hospital Unit. Rarely Korean characters appeared. But sometimes, yes, we saw one or two Koreans having lines to speak. And one of them was Mei Ping. There are some Koreans here. Is Mei Ping a Korean name? Nope. It is not. It is not. There's no such thing as Mei Ping as Korean female name. Well, her actual name is Susie Elaine. All right. Why is it that we take for granted this misrepresentation and caricaturization of who we are? We kept silent, more or less, because we felt that, whoa, it's funny, so as long as it's funny, why not? Then came a little more complex stuff in the 70s and in our own time. Mr. Kim, can we look at this next one? That's from Miss Saigon, the left hand. Miss Saigon, the so-called, one of the most beautiful love stories of our time. Is it? That's about the Vietnam War where millions died. Her village was bombed. She left at the tender age of 17 and ended up in Saigon brothel that entertained US GIs. He's her first client, and she got pregnant. He left, came back to met again in Thailand, not in Vietnam. And she had a little young son, and in order for her to send the message that please take my son or our son back to US of A, she killed herself. Do you find the most beautiful love story ever? I don't think so. I really don't. But it is the most successful musical ever. International. Yeah, there was a London production and this production and that production. Then came something that is very relevant to our session 3, The Crazy Rich Asian. Now, I'm a little bit conflicted over this. My daughter loves that movie. And I enjoy that movie. But afterwards, you ask yourself, is that real? And I found someone with the help of our dear session 2 speaker, Jerry, Ms. Yoshida, our dear brother, Fiel, who's going to address this issue. Why is that our images, therefore our self-images are so distorted. Is it fair? I really am looking forward to his enlightening me, but I'm going to briefly mention who he is. Mr. Fiel Sahir is the community resourcing catalyst at the Asian American Christian History Institute, housed at Fuller Seminary. He's an Indonesian American social worker of historically multi-ethnic Peranakan and Baba Yonya heritage hailing from Elmhurst, Queens. I beg of your pardon if my pronunciation was awkward. Okay. Where he lives with his wife, a Dominican, Nicaraguan, American, and fellow New Yorker. Wow. Talk about multiculturalism and multi-ethnic family that celebrates diversity. I love that, I really do. He holds advanced degree in classical music. I had to inquire, he's a guitarist. So I kind of longing to have him here play his guitar. But, we'll see. Biblical studies and social work. He also speaks multiple languages, including Indonesian, French, Spanish, German, and Italian. When I introduce our speakers, I kind of interject their own voice, and I found this amazing. Growing up in Elmhurst, Queens, as the son of an Indonesian-American Baptist pastor, came with its perks. One of them was being exposed to fellow Christians in their separate communities throughout New York City. No wonder, first time I saw him, the word that came onto my mind was cosmopolitan. I guess now I know why. He really does embody the beauty of multi-ethnic, multilingual, multicultural person. And lastly, he said, my middle name is Mahatma. You know Mahatma, Indian name, great soul, it means great soul. Who's the slightly more famous Mahatma than Mr. Fiel? Mahatma Gandhi. So it is a deep honor for me to bring a person who has so many beautiful things, so many different beautiful things, and turning them into one gigantic beauty, and his name is Mr. Fiel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is going to be a fun session. Crazy Rich Asians, Truth or Orientalism. This is a big topic, and we're going to address it both here in the United States as well as abroad, because that is where the movie Crazy Rich Asians comes from. So as we heard just now, my name is Fiel Mahatma Sahir, and because we're talking about multiculturalism, I'll give you a bit more. So Fiel actually means faithful in Spanish. So that's one language. Mahatma, as was mentioned, is Sanskrit, so that's the second language. And Sahir is the third language, which is Arabic. And I don't speak Sanskrit or Arabic, but I do speak Spanish. And the reason why my last name is Arabic is because in the 1960s, we were forced to change our last names in Indonesia. And so people of Chinese descent were forced, people came to your house and they had you change your name. And that's why our name is the way it is. And so, as mentioned, I am a social worker, and I work at the Asian American Christian History Institute at Fuller Seminary. And it is a gift because my role is to connect with churches and Christians that care about spiritual formation. We all are being spiritually formed by our society, by our past, and we want to keep moving forward. So, this is a picture of me and my wife. We are dressed in Peranakan Baba Nyonya clothes. I'll share a little bit more about them, but we are the inspiration, not me and my wife, but our people are the inspiration behind the movies and the book Crazy Rich Asians. There's a lot more to share there. And so, as I was saying, ACHI, Asian American Christian History Institute, we believe that our stories are important as Asian Americans or any group in the United States and abroad because we are part of this country. And there are people that will that will continue to have stereotypes, as we have heard and lived through today by listening to stories from Japanese Americans and Chinese Americans, and now Indonesian Americans and others. One of the things that we believe at ACI is that history hurts, which was the first session. We heard a lot about the hurt. It heals and it hopes. And so we're hoping to do all three of those things today in this last session together. We're going to experience the hurt together in a few seconds. We're gonna see a different vision of what it means to be a crazy rich Asian, whatever that is. And then we're gonna hope together. We're going to see what is the vision that we can push forward as Asian Americans or people that are not Asian Americans in your own respective groups of people. So we believe that proclaiming our histories through community education is really important, because if we're not saying it, who's saying it? Hollywood, right? So at the Fuller's Asian American Center, under which ACI falls, we say that this is our definition of Asian American. It's inclusive of the broader community, which includes East Asian Americans, Southeast Asian Americans, South Asian Americans, adoptees, mixed race Asian Americans, and more recently the SWANA region, which is Southwest Asia and North Africa, a region that encompasses Southwest Asia. So that's just our broad definition. Not everyone agrees with this, and that's fine. Everyone can have their own definition of what it means to be an Asian American, but just so that we're clear, because sometimes certain communities like Filipinos or South Asians, like from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, they wonder if they fit in the category, because usually in the United States, the people that are represented as Asian are from China, Korea, and Japan. But if you go to the UK, actually, it's Pakistan and Bangladesh, India. So it depends on which country you're in, what Asian means, because it is also a construct. So it gets a little complicated. But before I get into the connection and reflection time, just to share a little bit more. So I grew up as an Indonesian American. I didn't want to be Indonesian or Asian. I was kind of confused what that really meant. I just knew that I just wanted to be in the United States. And so when I moved to Indonesia at the age of 5 for 2 years, I shut down and developed an anxiety disorder called selective mutism, where you only talk to people that you feel safe around, which would be Americans. And so Asia was something that I knew I looked like, but it wasn't something that I wanted to own as part of my story. But then what happens when we as Asian Americans ignore that part of ourselves? Who is telling the story? And that goes for any group in the United States, whether you're Black, Native American, Latino. If you're not saying your story, who is telling your story? And that's one of the questions that I have constantly as I think about these topics, as I share with churches, as I meet with people throughout the country, and talk about these things. As Asian Americans, what does it look like? And for those of us that are Christians, those online, those here, what does that angle do when we think about these things? That angle of our faith, how does that change and transform the way we think and our spiritual formation? So I want to gather into groups as possible, groups of 2, 3, 4, whatever you feel comfortable. And if you can pass out these, I have some propaganda posters for you. But before she passes those out, we're gonna do a little bit of sharing amongst your groups, because I do want this to be interactive. So at my church, we believe in something called emotionally healthy spirituality, if you've heard of that book. We're very big on when we meet and when we talk, we're not trying to correct each other or fix each other's statements or things like that, because we all come from different places. And so one of the things we do at our church is when we share, we speak in the eye, we respect others, we turn to wonder rather than judgment, or curiosity. No fixing or saving or setting other people straight, which is something I'm very prone to do as a Christian. A lot of times, many Christians feel that we have the truth, so we must say it immediately. And trust and learn from silence and observe confidentiality. Because again, everyone here has a different experience of what it means to be Asian American or what it means to know Asian Americans, whether you're online or in this room. And that is okay. And we want to respect that. So the too long didn't read version is we listen, we don't judge, which has recently become a meme online if you didn't know that. So if you can pass out these propaganda posters, maybe one per group of 3 or 4. These are some posters that have been shown throughout the United States, images of anti-Asian propaganda. And you will be surprised at what you see, hopefully. And if not, then I'm with you. It gets very mundane, the stereotypes that we have. And so as you take a look at these images, the QR code is for those of you that are online. If you want to scan it, you will have access to all of these. And even if you're in the room, if you want to just see all the different images, because everyone is getting one specific one. I would love for you to break into groups, introduce yourselves if you don't already know each other, and just discuss the images that you're holding in your hands for the next few minutes. A, what have you seen these before? And B, how do they make you feel? Or what do you think? Whatever comes to mind. This is a free discussion, and then I'll give you a few minutes, and then we can come back together. And for those online, just scroll through, and maybe even if you need a moment to take a break, journal. These images are very jarring. So go ahead. Yeah, you can join a group too. All right, I'll give you another 20 more seconds. Alrighty, so if we can come back to the center of the room. I would love if people are comfortable with sharing some of the things that they saw. There's a microphone, is it working to pass around? Okay. I would just love for some other people to share their observations with each other in the room as a large group here. Does anybody have anything that stuck out to them as they looked at this material that they would like to share?
Yes. So share with this picture, right?
Yes.
Your feelings, your feelings.
Yes. So this one is police arresting. You want to read it for me? Can you see?
Oh yes, it's an image of this particular image we're discussing is an image of a Japanese American who's being searched in, I believe, Norfolk, Virginia. He was just being searched because it was after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and so he's just being frisked.
Yeah, so we share, and then our feeling, one of our members say is violent, and one of the members say, what was she use? Powerless. And then I share, not really different from now, what's going on in this, 2026. And then, people are arrested because of their immigration status, or even if not immigration status, because of the color. So they get searched and then arrested. So not really different 1941 and then 2026.
Yeah, yeah. That's a really good point. People like to say, oh, that was in the past, that was hundreds of years ago, don't talk about that anymore. It comes back. So anyways, anyone else? Thank you for sharing.
So I have this, I think it's a poem. It's called Bill Rice's Chinese Ball. And I think, do you think I should read this?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
It says, for supper we had red-eyed cats and bootlegs stuffed with fleas. We had fish boiled in castor oil, fried clams and elephant knees. We had sauerkraut and pickled muse and oysters on the half shell. We had Japanese tea in the key of G, which made us feel quite well. I felt like this was written in the perspective of a Western culture, Westerner.
Yeah.
And I felt like that person was mocking the Chinese cuisine by describing all different kinds of weird food, I guess. So that's the first impression I got from this poem.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? If only they knew what we just had downstairs, right? Oh, the food would be gone if they knew what we really eat. Anyone else? One more.
Yeah, I saw this picture of riot against Chinese in Denver. What was the year? 1880, and it reminds me of a recent ICE raid on Chinatown.
Yeah.
I mean, same thing happens, and one of my colleagues, we are working on immigrant rights organization, and went to detention center in Houston. And he was really, I mean, he knew it before, but he went there, he went into the detention center. There's not a single white person in there. Everybody was either Hispanic, Latino, or Asian. So, I mean, it's the same thing happening right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So that image was a raid in Denver, Colorado of Chinese. And historically throughout the United States, there were towns where Chinese lived and built the railroads, as we heard earlier today. But in addition to that, those towns don't exist because they got burnt down. A lot of them have been burnt over the centuries. I met someone earlier this year whose family came from Pittsburgh. I didn't know they had a Chinatown in Pittsburgh, and they don't anymore because it's gone. Philadelphia almost lost theirs recently as well, until Philadelphia stood up and protested and got it back because they were going to build something else in its place. You can Google that. But yeah, isn't it crazy how much there is that has happened over the past few hundred years? So this is the history hurts part, right? And we are not digging all these things up just so that we can be angry, which we should be. But there's more to this story. And so if you can collect the cards, thank you. This is my sister, by the way, who is graciously collecting and passing out the cards. We're going to move on to the next section. And so the problem with all these things is that it paints Asian Americans, and I'll say that generally because the people that are saying these things don't care if you're from Korea or India, or we're all foreign, right? So there is a wonderful author named Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie who says, show a people one thing, as only one thing, over and over, and that is what they will become. It doesn't mean that I eat dogs because everyone tells me I eat dogs. What it means is that eventually the society around them will see us as that thing. So when I grew up, they called Korean certain names, and now everyone loves K-pop, right? It's completely shifted in the past 30 years because we keep showing people one thing. So that is the power of media, amongst other things. And so, what can we conclude from these tropes? As we see in this map here, Asia is very, very broad. I apologize that Taiwan is not included in this list. For some reason, the map did not have it. But regardless, there's so many countries in Asia, and yet we are put under this one word, Asia, and we're supposed to be the same and similar. And some of us do have similarities because of history, of culture, the foods we eat, yes. But you could say that about Europe. They love potatoes, or whatever the case may be. And where did those potatoes come from? South America, right? Because of the Columbian exchange. But what we've seen through all these wonderful propaganda pieces that are actually somewhat circulating online with memes these days, right, that some people are posting, is that we are perpetually foreign, meaning that no matter how long you've been in the United States, you will always be an other. There are some people that are consistently asked, wow, you speak so good English. Where did you learn English? And you say, well, my great-grandparents moved here from Japan. You know, like people just, it's hard for them to fathom that that is a possibility. Another one that we might have seen is there were people getting beat up in Denver, for example, because they saw the Chinese as sneaky business people. We can't understand their language, so there must be something wrong with them. We were all Asian Americans of East Asian descent. We're also called yellow peril, that we were dangerous. We brought disease. I think we heard that 5 years ago, right? When we heard Kung Flu, when we heard coronavirus. I was in a classroom and somebody who was Asian coughed. And this is higher education, by the way. And somebody else looked at him and said, I hope you're not sick. You know? And I was like, whoa, this is February. Like, I mean, eventually we got to that point, but you know, that was too soon. There have been some places in the world, including Indonesia and Uganda, where the Asians, in Uganda it was people from South Asia, were called bloodsuckers. In Indonesia it was the Chinese that were called bloodsuckers. And also the model minority myth. So these are a whole list of wonderful stereotypes that we get to live our lives through. Just kidding. And that's why we want to move beyond that. So how do we respond? Part of that is awareness, right? What today is a day of awareness. Some of you are new to these stories, and that's okay. That's beautiful that you're joining us on this journey. For some of us, we kind of sit in these stories or have actually lived through those stories. But that's not enough. And it's also not the goal to just blame, because we can blame all day long. But we want to lead it to reality. So where do we go now? So we want to complicate the narrative. Hence the title, Crazy Rich Asians, Truth or Orientalism. I almost said reconciliation, which has not happened. But anyways, truth or Orientalism. So let's make things complicated here. Who has seen the movie before? Okay, good. There's a good chunk of you. And if you have not, that's okay. I encourage you to go watch it, because then you'll understand this talk better afterwards. But for a short synopsis, and sorry as a spoiler, because you've had at least 7 years to watch the movie. The movie is basically a love story between a rich Singaporean, which is Nick, the guy, and then the girl is Rachel Chu, who is a NYU professor, born to a single mother. And so he didn't tell his family that he was dating this ABC, American-born Chinese. And so that led to a lot of conflict, which you'll see play out throughout the movie. And it didn't matter that she was an NYU professor. What mattered was that she wasn't the right type of Chinese. She didn't come from the right family in terms of money. And then anyways, you'll see more. I won't spoil it more. But the problem with this, partially, is that it leads us to think that Asians are crazy and rich. I'm crazy. I'm not rich. I'm just Asian. But so I want to hear some opinions here of how did you feel when the movie came out?
I'll go first.
Yeah.
At first I was glad because it was something other than being like the sidekick or the best friend or just not actually having their own plot line. And then after talking with my other Asian friends, we kind of realized that it's just the same plot we see in like every trashy drama or like bad, low budget, like K-drama, C-drama. So it was very like, it was just taking all those tropes that we already know and like repackaging it for a different audience. So it was kind of like mixed feelings. Like it was good to see Asian representation in American media, but at the same time we were kind of like, this is not exactly like the best representation, but it's kind of like, that's sort of like the argument, and like you kind of have to outweigh those as like an Asian American when you talk about like media.
Bingo, that's exactly it. Anyone else? Thank you for sharing that, that's really good.
Hi, I still haven't seen it for the same sort of, Well, when it first came out, I came to know about the music because one of my friends actually was approached to audition for it, and he told me about the music, and not music, the movie. But similar to what was just said, like, just from like watching the trailer and all, it just looks like a really cheap movie. And so, and a lot of people are already celebrating, right? The representation of Asian and, you know, what it is, like the progression that we made in the grand scheme of things. And I'm like, I don't feel good about this. So am I supposed to celebrate if I don't agree with the representation? So that's why I haven't seen it yet. In rebellion.
Yeah. No, thank you. That's really good. I love what I'm hearing and the opinions. I was the minority when I said the same things that were just said just now. When it first came out, people were really confused why I was so like, about it. But so I will preface it this way. I think the movie is a fun movie to watch. I think the book did a great job. It's when Hollywood took over, they erased the cultural parts of it and packaged it for the audience, which, you know, they have their reasons for it. So, you know, it's a business, I get that. But that's why we're here, is we want to add color to the movie that we just watched and add the stories behind the stories. Because when Kevin Kwan wrote the books, he didn't just write it out of his own imagination and make Crazy Rich Asians. There was actually a historical basis for that. And so, anyways, thank you. Unless somebody wants to share some other problems with the presentation of this movie. If anyone has any opinions. Okay, go ahead.
I never saw the movie, and the reason I didn't watch it, I said, why must you be crazy, rich Asian? That didn't make sense to me, so for that reason, I never really watched it.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so when you watch the movie, if you get a chance, you will see why they're crazy and they're rich. And I will share a little bit more about that historically, because there is some basis for it. But again, the author, I think, did a wonderful job with writing the book. It's the movie itself that I have a problem with, but not completely. I'm not throwing it out with the bathwater. There is some basis for it. So, all right, so here's a surprise. One of my professors, when I was doing social work, did a paper in 2022 about Asian American poverty in New York City. And he found that amongst Asian older adults, Koreans had the highest rates of poverty, 29.6%, followed by Vietnamese, 26.1%, Chinese, 25.7%, South Asian, 16.8%, and so on. And the problem with this idea that Asians are rich isn't that you're not allowed to be rich, or that none of us are and that we're all poor, right? We don't want to say that we're either rich or poor. The problem is that the people that are struggling and have needs get forgotten when we present a single story. And again, when we don't say our story, that leads to people hijacking the narrative. And so you can take a photo of this and find the paper online. It is available online by Dr. Keith Chen. So now we get to the Orientalism part. So in a nutshell, I won't give the definition. It comes from Edward Said, who taught at Columbia, wrote a book about Orientalism. But basically, it's this idea that Asia is this mysterious and faraway place and lives in stereotypes. And so for right now, what's really popular, I've seen so many videos of people putting chili oil in everything. I grew up not eating chili oil. Not that it's bad, I just didn't grow up with it. And everyone loves boba now. Everyone loves boba. I heard a 6-year-old arguing with her mom about what boba is. Her mom tried to tell her that it was bubbles with liquid inside, and she's like, no, it's different, mommy. It's not the same thing. And that was a few blocks away from here. And so everyone kind of has a different understanding of this. One example I can give of Orientalism was I took a class on Hindu myths while in college, and my wonderful professor, who is American and did his undergrad to his doctorate in Indian classical music in India, told the class about this Hindu myth about the god Krishna and how he would basically be a peeping Tom and watch girls while they bathed in the river called the gopis. And so you can look this up. And then he would talk about sex in Hinduism and things like that. And what this classmates came away with was, wow, in India, they love sex. I would love to be Indian. I said, oh, you probably don't know anyone from that part of the world, because I have friends that aren't even allowed to say to their parents that they're dating anyone, let alone this topic. And so it's this idea that we're just this magical, fantastical place that is just weird, eats pig ears all the time or whatever, you know? And so I'll just leave it at that. But this photo in particular is part of the set of Crazy Rich Asians. I happened to stumble upon it by accident because I was in Penang, Malaysia. And so just behind the screen right there is actually where Rachel beats the mother-in-law at mahjong, if you remember that scene. And if you haven't watched it, you'll see it, and then you'll remember this. And so, as you can see, it's quite an elaborate space. And this is somebody's house. So when the author wrote Crazy Rich Asians, this is kind of the basis for it. And I'll get into a bit more here. But here's other examples of Orientalism that we might see on the media. Pakistan's most extreme way of cooking, right? These clickbait titles that cause people to watch these videos. Or China's hot pot that sends 100% to the hospital. Oh man, what a way to represent us. And these aren't us. So who are the real Crazy Rich Asians that we are waiting to hear about? They are the Peranakan or Baba Nyonya. So these are my ancestors, not these specific people, but just the ethnic group. Basically, they are the descendants of Chinese businessmen or people that were escaping whatever hardships they had in China during the Ming and Qing dynasties. And they moved to Indonesia, throughout Southeast Asia, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and they settled for economic opportunity. But by law, as what happened to the United States as well, Chinese men were not allowed to bring their wives or Chinese women with them on ships, which was a big problem. So when they settled in Southeast Asia, they found people that were already living there, and they married, and they created their own families and their own culture, and they did trade throughout Southeast Asia. And their trade was very important, effective, changed the world. It's why we have pottery, certain types of pottery. Batik, what I'm wearing, is very popular throughout the world because of things like these ancestors. And if you go to Malaysia, particularly Penang or Malacca, you'll see a lot of their influence as well as in Singapore. So the Crazy Rich Asians movie and story is based off of a family that is part of this ethnic group. I did not know that I was part of this ethnic group until 2018 by accident because I was talking with a friend. And then, anyways, I saw some family photos and I noticed that the women dressed very differently, which I'll show you in a second. But here's the problem with these businessmen is, yes, some of them were rich, some of them were crazy rich, and some of them were just doing their business. But it created a problem in terms of societal roles. Because they were Chinese, they had to play between the people that were indigenous to, let's say, Indonesia in this case, and or the Dutch overlords who ruled as colonial masters. So as you can see here, there was a ditty that said, Cina wurung, londo durung, Jawa tanggung, which means like no longer Chinese, not yet a Dutchman, and half-baked Javanese. Sounds like many of us here who feel we are neither from Asia nor America at certain points in our lives. And this is something that we see century after century after century, people feeling that they're on the margins and belong in neither place. There's another phrase that is often said in Indonesia about people like my ancestors, including my grandfather who was dark-skinned. They call them Hitachi, which means dark but somehow Chinese. So this is a photo of some of my ancestors. The guy standing all the way on the left there, he's my, you're right, is my great-great-grandfather. And his wife is holding the baby, and the woman seated is one of their parents. I'm not sure who just yet. But as you can see, there's evidence of multiracial marriages and mixing. And this is something that did happen over the centuries and was characteristic, but over time has been forgotten and erased. And so it's easy to think that, for example, a new immigrant group only stays with themselves and doesn't marry outside of their group. It's easy to think that we don't mix, or we only work with each other. We only, whatever the case is. And sometimes we might see that in churches or otherwise. And that's okay, it's normal, it happens. But that's not the full story. And that's what we're fighting against, is the single story. So here's another example of what that would look like today in these clothes. This particular garment is called a kabaya. And so a lot of women that are of Peranakan and Baba Nyonya descent wear these in special occasions like Chinese New Year. And they wear sarong skirts that are incredibly intricate and beautiful and were very highly prized in the 18 and 1900s because of their beauty. And they still are, and you can see them on display throughout the world in museums. But as you can see, this doesn't look traditional Chinese, whatever you think that might be. And that's because of this fusion of culture over the centuries. And in fact, to complicate the story even more, it wasn't just the Chinese that mixed. So these are Indian Peranakans who are from Malacca. And so their ancestors came from India and mixed with Chinese and Malays that were around. And they dress like us as well. They also spoke the same language as us, which was its own version of Malay that was spoken there. So there was tons and tons of mixing. And it wasn't just people that were rich that just wanted to get richer and buy Hermes and Louis Vuitton bags, as you see in the movie. There's so much more to the story. This is some of our architecture, some of our artifacts that we have here. This is particularly a bed that they would make, that people would sleep in. You have what's called a gamcheng, which is how do you say? It's like a tiffin, so sometimes you'd put food in it. In particular, our culture, we do a lot of steamed goodies that are sort of kind of like cakes, and we put them inside these things. And also this is the sarong, which you saw some of the women wearing, for example. There's so much beauty, so much richness, and yet we're just either painted as rich or just ignored as dog eaters or whatever the case may be in terms of stereotypes. So just so that we can get a little bit of an understanding into their world at the time, the world of my ancestors, in the Dutch East Indies, which is now Indonesia, there was a caste system in which the Dutch were on top, Europeans basically on the top, and then anyone that was new to the country, like Chinese, Arabs, and Indians, and on the bottom was the indigenous population. But if you notice in the European section, who makes it in? The Japanese and the Thai, which were Siamese, and the Indies were people that were mixed between indigenous and Dutch people. So it's funny how Chinese always manages to make it in the section where they're kind of used but rejected. Chinese over the centuries were used for building things, for opium, for tax farming, and getting money from people. But at a moment's notice, they would be murdered. In the 1740s, there was a massacre of 10,000 Chinese because of rumors, and the military came in and went crazy. In 1965, there was a communist purge of supposed communists that people were killed. In 1998, there was another attack on Chinese people that many were killed and harmed in various ways. And so the way that people perceive us sometimes is more important than how we see us, because maybe our voices are not loud enough. So I want to come to another session of discussion. What issues have you seen or experienced amongst racialized Asian American communities? And maybe you can break off into groups of 3 and 4, or your same groups for a bit, and then we'll come back in the room.
Fiel?
Yeah.
Can I so kindly ask you to explain that question a little bit further?
Yes, sure. So as Asian Americans or people that know Asian Americans or are new to this discussion, what are some things that you have seen that are put on on Asian Americans in the United States? Maybe stories that you've heard or stories that you've experienced. Maybe last week somebody called you a chink on the subway, right? And what are some stories that you can share amongst yourselves of how you experience being an Asian American or know people that do? Oh, no, groups first. We can do group discussion first.
Oh,
Yeah. I'll give it another 30 seconds. All right, so if we can come back to the room, would anyone like to share some of the things that they heard in their group?
Hi, I would just like to share a little bit from my major, I guess, what I study at school. So I am an opera singer, and what usually happens is that many of Asian sopranos are casted as housemaids. And that's because of our voices, but then I think it still is a stereotype. So it just came out within our discussion, and I wanted to share it, so.
As a former musician that went to a conservatory, I know what you're talking about. In music schools, unfortunately, a lot of our professors, they'll say things like, Asians are so timid when they play their music. I can't hear them. They're not expressive. Things like that. You've heard those before, right? I hope. I'm not making things up. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Anyone else?
Well, I guess in school, there's like this stereotype that like all Asians are like smart and know how to do math. So I was an English major, so people were like, what? Like, you know, they're like, oh, you didn't do like CS or engineering. It was very much like, oh, like very weird that like an Asian person is like majoring in like a humanities subject. I think it's less racialized, I guess, now, but I guess like when I was in like elementary school or middle school, like the idea of me going into something that wasn't STEM related was like very confusing to people.
Right.
She has a similarity with our speaker. She also studied French, and that was kind of a little odd there, because Asian students usually do not focus on French.
Yeah, sometimes people are so stuck on what somebody told them about us, but when they want to actually meet us, they don't want to know. Yeah. Anyone else? Oh, sure.
I just remembered something. When I went to Louisiana, to New Orleans in May, just this past May, I coughed in CVS, and then someone next to me, he said, I hope that's not COVID, and then he walked away.
Ooh. Yeah.
I have something to share.
Yes.
I teach at a college, and students think that I will never curse. They are wrong. I curse a lot. To fight the stereotyping.
Yeah.
Our dear brothers and sisters.
One more.
Christ, perhaps? Christ section? Yeah.
I think so. Similar feedback, hardworking, quiet, and must be smart.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of it honestly comes from comes from ignorance, lack of awareness, right? Which is, to your point, I think it's also our responsibility to have our voice, because otherwise people are just getting information from, not the correct representation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, because in order for us to own our stories, we have to know our stories. And sometimes our parents or our grandparents don't tell us these things, and we have to do the research ourselves, which is how I found out about any of this. Seeing these things, I had no idea. When I found out about this when I was, in my late 20s, I had no idea that this world existed, that my great-grandmother dressed like this. In fact, I saw her in a photo and was really confused why she was dressed like this. And my the answer I was given was also not accurate. They just said it's because she's from this island, which it's not true. It was specific to this particular group of people that was one of the things that they wore, as well as this group. And we were part of a collective and people that work together. And so if we don't know our stories, this is the part that heals, is knowing our story gives us agency, gives us, I think it's our responsibility, which then gives us agency. It also gives us the power to share. And in fact, to combat stereotypes, because it's hard to combat the stereotypes when you don't know why they exist. But it is true, part of the issue was that the Chinese, Arabs, and Indians came to Indonesia to do business. And eventually some of them did get rich, which is what happens when you do business. But then they said, you're a crazy rich Asian, and then let's kill you because you're making too much money. So it was nice as long as it was convenient. But then when you became a perceived threat, which is what happened in the United States as well throughout the centuries. I want to share a little bit about what happened in Mexico as well. This is the book, America's Lost Chinese, The Rise and Fall of a Migrant Family Dream by Hugo Wang. He is the descendant of Chinese that went through the United States to Mexico and did business there. And his family had to escape what is called the Torreon Massacre, which is the deadliest violent act against Asians in the Americas to date, if I'm not mistaken. And so this is a photo of his family, which is on the cover of his book, America's Lost Chinese, which I think is a beautiful read. I think he has done it wonderfully as a non-historian. He has woven culture and images and storytelling in a way that I wish I had from my family story. I wish I had that much information. But imagine his ancestors came from China to San Francisco, went to Mexico, established themselves, got kicked out, and even made caricatures of in newspapers, got kicked out and they had to flee because people were getting murdered, went back to China, and then he eventually was raised in France and things like that. But this is another example of another narrative that could be shared rather than the ones that people are giving to us. So that's part of my question is, what is my family story? What is your family story? Hearing Jerry's story gave so much color to not only who she is, but what does it mean to be a descendant of Japanese incarceration, what it means to be Japanese American. I personally, as someone raised in the East Coast, I didn't meet many Japanese Americans, and I have not heard their stories very often. The last time I heard a direct story was through a podcast that my organization did like a few weeks ago, and then before that was George Takei, who shares about it, the actor. So one of the ways that this is the part where we hope together. One of the ways that I woke up to my lack of understanding of my Asianness was when I went to Hawaii. So in 2021, I got married and we went on a honeymoon in Hawaii. And in the time that I was there, I just felt such a weird feeling in my stomach, like I shouldn't be in Hawaii unless I learned something about the people that live here. And so I listened to a podcast with my wife, and I said, hey, this is crazy. I know this is our honeymoon, but what if I met with this guy that we just listened to? His name is Leon Su, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Hawaiian Kingdom, which is a real thing. Before Hawaii became a state and a territory, it was its own country that was recognized by nations throughout the world, including England, France, Denmark, Germany, etc., including the United States. But then we took over, unfortunately, in 1898. And so, anyways, I was talking, and emailed him, and he graciously met with us. And when I met him, he completely transformed my understanding. Because sometimes some Asian Americans I know don't want to be Asian, understandably, because of the baggage that comes with it. It's painful, it's confusing, and every time they think about being Asian, they think about serving at church or being a good child that does STEM or whatever the case may be. But talking to Uncle Leon completely shifted my understanding because of this concept of God is there first. God is there first. Before we do anything, before we meet someone, God is in that person, working in that person in some way that we might not realize. So there's a missionary named Don Richardson, who some of you may have read this book, The Peace Child. He went to Papua in what is now modern-day Indonesia, West Papua, and he was working with one of the tribes there. And he was telling the story of Jesus. in order to connect with these people and bring them to Jesus. And when he got to the part of Judas betraying Jesus, the people whooped and screamed and clapped for joy. They were like, Judas is the bomb. And he said, what? I've never told the story of Jesus to anyone, and they were happy about Judas betraying Jesus. This is crazy. So he was thinking about it and said, well, what is this? What is this about? Why are they so happy? And he realized that unfortunately this particular group of people he was with, they were a bit warring and a little violent with each other in other groups. But there was, they would do an exchange with other villages to make peace. And one of the ways that they would do that is the chiefs of each village would exchange their children. And that was known as the peace child. So they would change, one chief would give his son to another tribe in exchange for their son, and they would adopt each other's children, and that would cause an alliance through the peace child. And that's when it hit him. He realized that Jesus is the peace child to end all peace children, so that we no longer have to sacrifice our children. And that's when he came to this idea of God is there first, that there is something that God has planted in every culture around the world, that if we are willing to find it and work with people, rather than coming in and telling them that you're wrong and you just have to follow Jesus and change and become American, what is it that God has already planted before I existed, that this culture knows about God more than I do? And so this is something that I experienced firsthand when I went to Hawaii again and was able to visit Uncle Leon's church, which he planted. And this is Ka'ohana o Kealoha Church, which is the family of love in Hawaii. And I saw how they were able to worship God on the beach with music, with ukuleles, singing together, chanting in Hawaiian, completely unapologetic about their Hawaiianness. Completely unfazed with what people may think that this is blasphemous or whatever the case may be. In fact, it was because they were Hawaiian that they loved Jesus more. So what would that look like for us? Is it because we are Korean that we love Jesus more? Is it because we are Indian that we are able to see Jesus in our family? I wonder. To hope a bit more, there is this documentary called Far East, Deep South that you can find on PBS and Amazon Prime. Discover the Past That You Never Knew, which is the subtitle. This is a beautiful explanation of what happens. And I think this is possible for most of us in this room, if our families are still alive and we're well connected with them. Baldwin Chu and his wife Larissa Lamb didn't know much about Baldwin's father, about his story. They just knew that he grew up in San Francisco, only to find out that his grandfather was buried in Mississippi. And so they said, oh, that's really weird. Chinese in Mississippi? What is that all about? So they went out there and they filmed it, turned it into a documentary, documenting the whole process. On this side is Baldwin's brother. You know, Chinese people in Mississippi, what happened there? How many of you have heard of the Mississippi Delta Chinese? That's a good amount of people. That's a lot. There were Chinese in Mississippi in the 1900s. Growing up, I read about segregation and thought it only affected the black community. But the Chinese were also discriminated against. And in fact, the Chinese and the black community worked together a lot because guess who wouldn't sell groceries to black people? It was the white grocery owners. So the Chinese filled the need for grocery shopping. As we know, throughout the United States, there are food deserts where people cannot buy proper food to survive on, and the Chinese filled that need. And so this is their story, and I think it's really beautiful. If you get a chance to watch Far East, Deep South, I promise you it's worth it, worth all the tears, and it's on Amazon Prime and PBS. So then the question is, where do we go from here? This is the part where we hope together. And I hope through these discussions that you'll be able to come away with something of how do you represent and how do you walk out your life as an Asian American Christian or a friend of Asian Americans today. If we have the privilege and power to create our own representation, what representation do we create? How does being Christian make a difference? And are there ways we can produce representation through the eyes of Christ? I'd love for you to break into your groups again and discuss for a few minutes. As well as for those of you online, you can chat and So if we can come back to the center, because we're running short on time. I just want to be respectful of that. What are some things that you said in your groups? Are there any ideas that you have that you'd love to share?
I think just being myself between God and me. So it's very simple.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Divine being.
Yeah. Sometimes people don't accept us, so we got to be ourselves.
All right, he chose me always, so I have to say something. So I was going to share that I'm 45 years old. I came here from South Korea when I was 22. I didn't speak any English. It was really hard to fit in, and then I was wondering how I can fit in any society. So I mean, it can be different cultures, different. It doesn't have to be like a Koreans or Americans. I just was looking for where I can fit in and feel comfortable, right? So I was going to Mexican friends and then American friends, and I just tell them that I choose SMU to go into more education. And I choose that school only because majority of students are white, and I can learn about more American, right? So I choose that, and then I realized that I don't really fit in because of I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my culture, maybe it is I don't know what it is. But I realized that after 40 years old, and I realized that just like our pastor Kim say, just be myself as Christian, and then I can fit in anywhere and be myself.
Just by me being Christian, I can fit in anywhere.
Yes, I want to give 5 cents to the discussion. How does being a Christian make a difference? Because we believe in Jesus, and Jesus forgive us and love us. So by the forgiveness and loving other people, we can make a big difference.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Amen.
Well, to add to Tuan's statement, the key is having the Spirit of God, and with having the Spirit of God, you can do anything and can face any discrimination or prejudice.
Amen.
And ultimately, the kingdom of God, there is only one race. So that's something to keep in mind as we journey through this life.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move to this direction. Anyone would like to? I really think that question is truly amazing. How do we want us to see ourselves? Does that make sense? The first question is amazing. If we have the privilege and power to create our own representation, what representation, do we create? I think that's an amazing question. And already half advance was given. Just let us be who we are. Let us just accept who we are. And that's, I think, wonderful. Anything else? I'd like to utilize this microphone as much as possible. I'll make a confession. Sometimes in a very historically white-oriented institution, I teach at a college, sometimes I feel very proud of who I am, and I don't want to change and touch that aspect of me. And my colleagues sometimes say, in a very positive sense, you're very Confucian. Yeah, and I take that as a compliment. They know that I am very disciplined. There's an element of self-control, and I will never talk back behind their back. They know that. So in certain sense that who we are already has a very positive grace in it, I think. So I sometimes say that Confucianism too could be God's blessing. It's not something outside of the boundary of our faith, but it is part of our faith where we could be very caring. We could be very very honest because of who we are, because of our tradition. I mean, that's that's who I
Amen
am.
to that. Amen to that. There was one hand over there.
From John 10:16, Jesus says, I have other sheep that are not of this sheep pen. I must bring them also. They too will listen to my voice, and they shall be one flock and one shepherd. So as Jesus has his sheep that come, there's other sheep that are not from his that they welcome to come too. So it doesn't matter, Asian, Puerto Rican, black, whatever race, whatever color, we all the same in God's eyes.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Well, I mean, we have 2 minutes left. I don't want to keep going because I want to respect your time. But yeah, what are some AAPI representations you appreciate? These are some of the things that I've recently seen that have captured the world's imagination. And I share this mainly because what is the representation that you are called to create in the world? What does it mean to be who you are, wherever you are? Whether you're a pastor or not a pastor, whether you're in law, in nursing, in music, whatever your sphere of influence, that is where you are meant to be. Oh, this is the other discussion, but because we're out of time. Imagine the year is 2150. You come back and you're able to talk to some of your descendants, Asian Americans of the future. What would you say to them? What conversations are AAPI having? What are they proud of from their predecessors, which is you? And what are they dreaming of? This is what I wish we had more time to discuss, but I'm going to honor time. And so again, one day everyone will know our stories. That is our goal at ACHI, Asian American Christian History Institute. We have a Substack, which is like a blog online that you can access a lot of these stories, including stories of Japanese incarceration, stories of Chinese American churches, Burmese American churches, the list goes on. We also have a podcast as well. And this is some of the people that we connect with. We connect with Princeton Seminary. We connect with EPIC, which is the Asian American Ministry of Cru. We connect with people from all over because we believe that representation of not just East Asia is really important because we are all in this together in the United States. This is a QR code to my personal Substack that is working with ACHI. So if you are curious in getting more updates about the work that I do and what we are doing at ACHI and how we can be better represented, feel free to throw in your email there and I'll send you resources after this talk today. And because there is so much out there, within the time limit that we have, could only do so much. And there's so much more learning to be had and joy as well, right? Because history hurts, history heals, and history hopes. And we want to keep going on that journey. And so I don't know if we have time for Q&A because we are at 2:01 right now. But we can go a little bit over? Is that okay with everybody? Okay. So if there are questions in the audience, I would love to do a back and forth with you about any of the topics that I was discussing. But this is my business card as well as a link tree to some of the other links that I have there as well. So any questions, anyone? Yeah, there's one over there. Yeah, if we can give the mic, yeah. Thank you.
Going back to your opening question, so if, I don't know, like if a new rendition of Crazy Rich Asians or a similar movie came out, what would be like a healthy way to still celebrate the wins and not sort of get stuck being grumpy about the... Yeah,
that's a good question. It's kind of like asking the question, is there a perfect Korean American? Is there a perfect Korean? In the sense that Korea has changed since most Korean Americans moved to the United States, right? It's completely different. Same with most countries in Asia. In fact, I have to teach some of my elders slang from Indonesia because they don't understand the way they're speaking now. And so things are always going to be changing. And so one of the things I would say is to encourage In the case of Crazy Rich Asians, what I would have said is, did you consult anyone from that part of the world? Or did America just use Singapore to prop up our own story, right? Did we consult with Singaporeans? I counted the people in that movie that had a Singaporean Malaysian accent. It was like 3 people. And then they had a stereotype of Indian, guards before they entered one of the houses, right, in the movie. Singapore was really pissed off about that because that was a really racist trope that Americans did because they made the movie. So sometimes Americans going to another country, we actually perpetuate racism, but we're not aware of it. I don't know. But so how do we not be bitter? I mean, I would continue creating our own representation. I read the book to just double check, is it really bad? So I can tell people, the movie I wasn't so much a fan of, but the books were really great with representing. But that is something I think maybe for you to continue to discover and find people that care about this as well. Anyone else? Yeah.
Just to know that Chinese immigrant communities in Southeast Asian countries are doing very well all over the place. But why is that Indonesia has that history of very violent persecution of Chinese immigrants? I mean, it is the worst. Let's face it. Vietnam has it. Everywhere has it. The elite Chinese, so-called elite Chinese establishments. But Indonesia is pretty violent. Why is that, do you think?
Yeah, I'm scanning in my head about the other countries and what they've gone through. I think you know more than me, but I know that Manila had a very bad anti-Chinese riot where many Chinese were killed. I think that might have been one of the first, if not the first attack against Chinese. Chinese, just like in the United States, we have the perpetual foreigner, we have the model minority, we have the yellow peril. For some reason, different country, same stereotype. And so in Indonesia, the Chinese were seen as dangerous, but also because we have to look at the system that put them in those positions, right? It was the Dutch that told them, you cannot live next to these people. You have to live in separate neighborhoods. So the Dutch created ghettos. So everyone was artificially separated. Whereas before that, they lived together in somewhat harmony. They also told the Chinese, you can work these jobs and these people can work these jobs. So eventually, you're gonna be pissed off at the people, the farmers are gonna be pissed off at the people getting the taxes, who by default, because they're always around money, will be richer than the farmers. So I think it's also artificial, the level of violence that was created. And also we need someone to blame. And in the United States right now, we're seeing that very strongly as well. It's not in Indonesia it happens to be the Chinese, but in other places it's other people.
We'll continue the discussion downstairs. So this is not the end of our heart-to-heart. So thank you. Thank you very much for a wonderful session 3. Okay. How many times I have dreamed of creating a teaching and learning environment in which interactiveness can be applied to this extent. I was pretty amazed, and I was wondering, perhaps you could teach me how to teach. All right, Fiel, thank you so much. You know what, maybe this is a stereotyping as well, but you know that statement that Asian meals have to go beyond the 3rd hour, otherwise it's not a true meal. You know what I'm saying? We love to have a conversation, so go downstairs. We still have food there. Enjoy some of it, and if you could, let's continue the conversation. A few questions that I would like to ask, and so on and so forth. So in closing, thank you so much. It is truly, I think, a true beginning, I think, of different Asian American communities coming together and sharing our common experience, and also formulating, and I thought that was pretty amazing, of our hopes. Why are we coming here if we don't have any hopes? This is not a history session. As a matter of fact, this is a hope-making session. And thank you so much for being here. The operative word, this is a day of awareness number 1. We will continue. Thank you. Let's go downstairs and enjoy the food that is remaining. Thank you so much.